Give me the money for the lead. There's Max Foster, far outside, Conformist, and mixing it up between his Barfly. Those four already opened 3 lengths on Mortgage Rate and Smooth Tails. The first to back out was Barfly. It's Conformist. Give me the money, holds rail. Checking out of there briefly was Max Foster. These 3 have a length and a half on Barfly. 2.5 more to Smooth Tails. Mortgage Rate can see them all. He's 8 from the lead. 22-2. Conformist ripped through the opening quarter. 3 wide. Max Foster battling on between his Give me the money from the back. Barfly rides the rails as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch. Conformist trying to seal the deal, and he comes to the 8th pole with a commanding 2.5 length lead. Give me the money. Trying to hold off Max Foster for the minor awards, but they come past the 16th pole, and it's all Conformist. He was a leader today. He won it by a half dozen at the end. Then it was Give Me the Money, Max Foster, and Barfly. Minutes. Don't forget, folks, come on out. 2, Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 4, Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby. 151 special early start times. And they're off. Breaking slowly there was the 1 Widow. Not so for Cruising a Win. Emmanuel De Diego hustles her out of the gate, and she's opened up a 3/4 of her length lead. Battling right back along the inside. Here's the favorite, Sweet Lilac, and 3 wide. That's Crystal. These 3 have 2.5 on La Indecente. 4 more to Toast of Success. And Widow trying to catch up. She's about 12 from the leader. It's Crystal who has the lead from Cruising to Win in a 23-second flat opening quarter. Crystal, Andre Worry goes to work. Opens up a length and a half. Cruising to Win backpedals along the inside. Sweet Lilac's going to have to go from there as the field spins off the turn and into the stretch as Widow's recovered and making up some ground at the middle of the track. 8th pole coming. Crystal has a 2-length lead. Sweet Lilac levels off and takes dead aim at Crystal at the 16th pole. Crystal trying to hold on. Sweet Lilac right on by. It's all Sweet Lilac coming down to the line. Crystal holds the place over La Indecente every racing day. And there are no changes here in race number 3. Turning to race 4, no changes. In the 5th. And they're off. Bobby the Tank hustled to the lead. Between rivals, there is Happy Instead. Along the rail is Drinking Solo. And on the far outside, it's Hey Hey Harry. Then we come back a couple of lengths to Morvino, who just went past Independent Paul. 9 lengths from front to back. A battle up front. Hey Hey Harry's outside of Bobby the Tank. These 2 have 4 lengths midway on the turn on Happy Instead. Then Drinking Solo and Morvino races the team. A dozen from the leads, Independent Paul, 22-2. Hey, hey, Harry. Bobby the Tank puts his head in front. Happy Instead bears down 3 wide as they come off the turn and into the stretch, and Happy Instead storms to the lead. It's Happy Instead. Hey, hey, Harry trying to battle on, so too Bobby the Tank. From the back, a late rally from Morvino would pass the 16th pole. Happy Instead drawing away. Happy Instead going to come under the line, a 2.5 length winner. Then it was Hey Hey Harris, 12 cents, in the Dime Super, 2635. 8 pennies shy of $5. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of the late pick 5 with the carryover component. And they're off from the rail. She's a Freud and Kevin Navarro trying to get to the lead. Far outside is Bustin' Time. Then we come back to the duo of Exodes and Regenerator. Riding the rails in 5th is Dreamery. On the far outside, Equanimus moves up. Between rivals is the favorite, the Shoe Lady, and that leaves Hillbilly Lady at the back. She's a Freud busting a move up front. She has a 3-length lead on Bustin' Time, who tries to keep pace through a wicked opening panel of 22-1. They got 7 on Exodes as Equanimus moves up on the outside and Dreamery at the rail. Off the turn and into the stretch. She's a Freud trying to see it through. Kevin Navarro goes to work. Bustin' Time, dead aim if good enough. These 2 have 3 or 4 on the rest. Past the 8th pole. She's a Freud's almost home. Bustin' Time, her only challenger. 16th pole. She's a Freud, going to hold sway. She's a Freud and Bustin' Time. She's a Freud by 2.5. Then Bustin' Time and Dreamery. Late rally. 10-cent Super, 1823, $28 and a quarter. And the 50-cent pick 3, 321, $6 and a dime. Race 5 comes up next. And they're off. 10-run rule shows first from the rail. On the far outside, Paint the Lines hustled as well. Between rivals is MG Dash. Forced to check there was Bloodhound, who's just behind Sway the Jury. 6 lengths from front to back here. 10-run rule and Paint the Line go at it. They have 2.5 on MG Dash. It's another 3 back to Bloodhound and Sway the Jury trying to move up outside of him. 10-run rule through an opening quarter of 22 and 3. Paint the Line trying to keep pace in second. From the back, MG Dash revs up 3 wide. 4 wide, Sway the Jury. Off the turn and into the stretch. Paint the Line trying to run down 10-run rule. 10-run rule, Paint the Line just went by. Paint the Line by 2 as they come down to the 16th pole. Paint the Line and Emmanuel De Diego well on their way. Sway the Jury trying to grab place. It's going to be tight between him and MG Dash. No doubt about the winner. Paint the Line by 5 for 20. 50-cent try, 542, 15 even. 10-cent super, 5421, $3.50. 50-cent pick 3, 215, 20. And they're off from mid-pack. There goes production credit. He quickly opens up a length. Outside, Coach Bahi in between them. There's Ribbons and Medals. These 3 have a length and a half on Central Love and Gonna Be Dancing, who races the team. Far outside, Pot of Gold. Then we come back to Collected Special and the trailer is Peruvian Boy. 3-way battle on the front end. Production credit, Ribbons and Medals, and Coach Bahi from the rail out. Gap at 2.5. They're going to be dancing through a snappy opening quarter of 22 and 3. Backpedaling at the inside is Central Love. Off the turn and into the stretch. They're still 3 deep across the track. Production credit takes the lead back away from Ribbons and Medals and Coach Bahi. Going to be dancing down the center. Collected Special trying to find some room. Deep stretch here. Coach Bahi re-engages. Production credit. Gonna be dancing. Storms home. Coach Bahi's almost there. Gonna be dancing. And production credit. Coach Bahi. 742, 8237. Dime Super 7425, $51 and a dime. And the early pick 4, $116 and the 8. And they're off. Saratoga Banker right out of the gate quickly opens up a half length. Sutton Breeze trying to keep pace. Breaking Stones under a drive. Far outside Olazabal. Along the inside is Old Man Winter. Looking super, has 1 beaten. It's Almond Cider, who's in a rhythm behind them all. Battling it out up front. Saratoga Banker and Sutton Breeze. Opening quarter blitzed in 22 flat. Here's Olazabal ready to pounce from third. Far outside Breaking Stones. Old Man Winter. Almond Cider working hard but not making any progress as of yet. Field passes the 8th pole. It's Sutton Breeze and Saratoga Banker. Almond Cider trying hard to get there. Saratoga Banker, Sutton Breeze. Almond Cider is going to have to settle for third. Sutton Breeze along ahead. 1 1/4. And the Dime Super, 4136, $253.45. Race 8 comes up. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, taking you through today's 8-race card. Overnight and morning rains have left the track sloppy. Temperatures right around 70 degrees. Wind coming in from the east currently. No carryover in the late pick 5 today. Again, new wagering menu. Pick 4 starting races 3 and 5 this afternoon. Mandatory payout in the early pick 5 that starts in race 1. Late pick 5 starts in race 4 with the carryover component. Again, no carryover in that pick 5 today. If you are a DRF.com member, free Finger Lakes PPs this afternoon over at DRF.com. And, of course, you can always download for free at the website, fingerlakesgaming.com. Here are the changes for today's 8 races. In the first, again, the mandatory pick 5 starts here in race 1. Scratch to 2, Lady Quinn. Race 1, scratch to 2. An equipment change for the 5, flying by, blinkers on. Blinkers on the 5 here in race number 1. Race 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 2, Fabulous Fox. Race 2, scratch the 2. And an overweight for the 6, Jayla, 2 pounds over. Race 3 now starts the early pick 4. There'll be no show, trifecta, or superfecta wagering as a field of 4 due to the scratch of the number 2, Fidelia. Race 3, scratch the 2, Fidelia. Again, no show, try, or superfecta wagering. It does start the early pick 4. Race number 4 kicks off the late pick 5 with the carryover component. An ownership correction. Omit owner Julian Racing Stable from the number 1 Island Ride. And you can scratch to 5 Grace Candy. Race 4, scratch to 5 Grace Candy. The start of the late pick 5. The late pick 4 kicks off in race number 5. Scratch to 2, One Vision. Race 5, scratch to 2. And an additional workout for the number 6. We call them fun coupons on April 28th at NJF. Worked 4 furlongs over a good track. That additional work for the number 6. We call them fun coupons in race 5, the start of the late pick 4. Race number 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 1, Billy at the gate. Scratch to 1, Billy at the gate. Scratch to 3, Smoking It Up. Race 6, scratch to 3, Smoking It Up. And an overweight for the 7, Scales of Gold, 1 pound over. Race 7 kicks off the late double. Scratch to 4, Power Driver. Race 7, scratch to 4, Power Driver. And in race 8, today's finale, Rider change for the 5, Freedom Dreams to Jeremias Flores. Jeremias Flores rides the 5, Freedom Dreams. And scratch to 7, Tail of the Tail. Race 8, scratch to 7, Tail of the Tail. Sloppy Track. Sun trying to fight through the clouds, around 70 degrees. Early pick 5 starts in the first with the mandatory payout. Late pick 5 starts in the fourth with the carryover component. Again, freedrf.com PPs for you DRF.com members. Free PPs each and every racing day over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Coming up next, Dave Mattice takes you through a preview of today's 8-race card. Post time for the opener is set for just after 1 p.m. We're all gas, no brakes here at Finger Lakes.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's like time traveling. I got a blast from the past. Race analysis, according to the screen. The Pan Man is back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
It's been a long layoff, and I'm back on the camera again.
I dusted him off. I don't know where I found him. I found him, I don't know, hanging out outside of up there in Penfield or something. Didn't know where he was, and I just said, "What have you been doing?"
10 years I've been doing working at the VA, federal government employee. Now I'm no longer working there, and I've come back to run the pan camera here at Finger Lakes.
They fired you, didn't they?
No.
They realized your past, so you're protesting everything.
I just couldn't. I had to get back here. I love this job.
Yeah, that's the reason. Anyway, good to have you back.
Thanks.
We just started the season last week. If you didn't know that,
Yeah, this is
they said I just dusted him off. I didn't know. I had no idea what he was doing.
Third day back on the third day of racing. Yes.
You know it's Cinco de Mayo today?
It is.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
It's a time to drink some tequila-based drinks. Yeah.
Yeah, close enough. Anyway, enjoy today. It's going to be wet weather, so handicap accordingly. Sloppy racetrack. We did get some scratches. Looking at the first week, you saw some of the races, right?
Yeah.
Andre Worries are currently, right, like 3 wins the first 2 days. Only 2 days. And no surprise that Anthony Ferraro had 4 wins. Did you expect that?
It was kind of formful, I thought. Some horses popped out at a price, which was cool.
Yeah. It's
If
always
you
good to
had
have a
them.
couple long shots.
Yeah.
Like at Derby Day, he had a couple long shots. I don't know. I didn't look up. I was so busy with the Derby stuff. But
Derby was great. It was good.
Derby was a lot of fun. It was exciting here. We had a lot of people come and play the Derby here on Saturday.
Yeah, I like the winner. I didn't,
Yeah, it
hammer
was
it hard
illogical.
enough. Yeah.
Those are the logical horses. We had Sovereign. Yeah, we had Sovereignty.
Yeah.
It was the journalism, and the other one was
Beza.
Beza was the other, but Burnham Square was our other one that
Yeah.
just got completely taken out of the race. So
I mean,
yeah, it wasn't. A lot of people cashed it. A lot of people had the logical horses this year.
I really like Tappan Street in the Florida Derby, and when Sovereignty ran second to that one, he was probably needed a race off layoff, and now
Right.
was primed and ready to go the other day. So congratulations to everybody that had Sovereignty.
And we'll have the Preakness Day here in a couple of weeks, where journalism will probably win that one if he's in. You don't think so?
I don't know. We'll
You don't know.
see.
Well, that's an argument
Things
to have.
change,
It's
It's
an argument to
been
be
10
had.
years.
Argument to have later. Okay, let's get into the. You got to get up there. 'Cause he is back on the pan camera, by the way. If you see things shaking, if he's got a trifecta going or something, then that's so you know that. Anyway, first race is starter, optional claimer, 8,000 tag. Remember, we got an early pick 5 and a late pick 5. This one is with a mandatory payout. Scratch what would have been, I thought, a heavy favorite, Lady Quinn. That really changes the race or affects who's the betting of the race.
Yeah.
I did go with your old friend Troy Smith coming in with his horses from Turf Paradise.
Invading in here from Turf Paradise, horse runs 6 times at the distance, 2 wins, 3 seconds, so it was always there. Ran against Tough down there, right?
Yeah, those are optional claiming allowance races. The fitness part of it is the big thing. They come in here fit, running on that racetrack out there, and he's done well. Troy Smith has done well in the past, bringing these type of horses in. Adding the blinkers, does have enough speed to be out there with the 4. You figure Flight Control looks to be the fastest early, has some back class, but there's some question marks with that horse. Her worst race was in an off track, even though she's got good numbers for the off track.
Yeah.
And she's coming out of a mile race, cutting back in distance. So I think Flying By has enough speed to be out there with her because of her longer distance speed. And Flying By's up there in those some quick fractions out of Turf Paradise, at least close.
Yeah, I went Flying By too. He comes in with the Invaders from Turf. Flight Control, I didn't use the horse because I don't know. I know it's tough down there at Fairgrounds, but it's now where's the 2 lifetime 5,000. I don't know how that compares to us, but horses eligible for now where's the 3 lifetime, right?
Yeah,
wouldn't it be a little bit easier?
A little suspect.
I mean, the horse is going to have speed.
Easier in a sense if she drops to 5, but the thing is, the last couple of races lead me to think that there's some question marks with this horse, even though she's showing good speed.
I went 5-1-6. I mean, what about Band from Midway? Now, you got to take the Pan Man Time Machine back, 1 for 1 at Finger Lakes.
The Time Machine it's been broken for a long time.
Band from Midway might be a long shot, but I don't know.
Did you see they did a sequel to that bathtub time machine or whatever that was? Did you see it?
No, I saw the original.
It's actually funny.
I saw the original one. It was pretty good.
Okay.
Give or late, 1980s. Yeah.
It was the same thing. Chevy Chase was in it and everything. I don't know. But second race, 5.5 furlongs, and let's face it, this race looks to be a 2-horse race in a sense. Special Pal looks to be the absolute lone speed. Eros' Girl looks like the best horse fit, and whether she could catch her. The question is Special Pal coming off the layoff, if she could carry her speed and hold off the better horse coming out of the open 10. Isn't that the race?
It's those 2, right? But then my question was this. Like I said to you, why is Worry, who rode Special Pal so much, on the 6 in here instead of the 1? So I went to the 5 on top.
Ralph made him do it. Gunther wanted him.
5-1.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, Special Pal, it is a question of holding on off the layoff. They seem fit, though, these horses off the layoff for Engelhard.
Yeah.
Maybe
didn't he win the first race?
one of the top horsemen back there is now working for Chris Engelhard, I've heard.
Yeah. What's John Davila doing these days?
John Davila did suffer an injury last year. We're still trying to find out if he has confirmed his retirement. We'll do something for him later in the year. No try, no super, no show in race number 3. We did scratch the 2. Fidalia, I know we're going to disagree on this one.
Well, we got different reasons.
Okay, different reasons. I like the Niz here. Stars Delight has better speed than what she shows on paper because she could be aggressive, and I think she can hold the rail on Echo 7. Echo 7 has speed, but speed on different surfaces. Now you're talking about speed on an off track, which Stars Delight ran good on, and she ran decently off the layoff last year. That's one thing with Niz and Torelli. They usually have their horses ready off the layoff. So I'm going to go with a horse that at least is proven on the dirt. This is a tough race because they're all coming off the layoff. And it is only 4.5 furlongs. Love Thyself had a phenomenal year last year. I think she's up for an award. Jackson Avenue seems like the distance is too short for her. So the 2 speed, Stars Delight and Echo 7, might be the ones that are out there. Love Thyself maybe hopes that they can come back a little bit. I guess that's how you see the race in race number 3.
Questionable horse. Here's a horse that I don't
like the 5.
I do like the 5 because I think he's going to get the lead. The thing, he's got a couple works on the dirt, or a work on the dirt at Belmont, which is a good workout. It's on dirt, right? So I mean, if the horse gets the lead, his might be able to just take it because of back class.
She's not going to get the lead.
I don't know. It might. Why is the Harkster on the 5 instead of the 4. He was always riding Stars Delight. What did Niz throw him off?
Niz might have thrown him off for worry.
Right.
I think the VA is calling to have you back.
What?
Yeah, can we get
The
him back?
mental health
Can we?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. 4th race, scratch the 5, Grace Candy. Okay, I'm looking at Call Me Penny here.
We're gonna
Who do you
disagree
got?
on- we
Who do you
disagree
got?
on this
I have to. You didn't tell me who you like today, so
I'm going with Hypnotic Flare. Yeah.
Okay, I can see that one. I'm okay with that.
Chalked down the last couple before we went down to New York. Ran in a way tough race down there. I just think the horse's races at Finger Lakes are pretty good, and this with 3-year-olds and up, So off tracks ran good.
Yeah, I got
I
it.
went with that one on top. Second choice for me was the 4, Emily Reward, Edmund Davis. I'm not real familiar with this guy. Any background?
Eddie Davis, yeah.
Eddie Davis.
He's a brother to Jackie, Katie, and Dylan.
He is?
Yeah,
Cool.
good trainer.
All right. Well, I like his race when he came off the layoff from Monmouth from May to July there. That was a pretty good whistle job right there. Used him second. 2-4-5.
Yeah, Eddie can't make
2-4-6.
Eddie can't make the weight to ride the horses, but he's done pretty well. Yeah, all the Davises are good at what they do.
Yes.
Every single one of them.
No doubt.
I got Call Me. I'm going back in my bathtub time machine to Call Me Penny's race last year. Of course, coming in here from other tracks and won. And defeating Dale Avenue, who was pretty sharp at the time. And Dale Avenue is a pretty quick horse at 4.5 furlongs. And she showed more speed that day. I think Call Me Penny, if she can remember that race, she can win here. And that was her only win in her career. Obviously, it's a 2 lifetime. But Island Ride could be the inside speed. Gus does have a little advantage of being a 3-year-old in this sense because she gets the 4 pounds. And I don't think the older horses are that much better than her.
And you got that
in
first
that
time
sense.
Lasix.
Yeah, the first time Lasix is always something I look for
Yeah.
because we run their 2-year-olds without the Lasix. They seem to improve as a 3-year-old. So I'm going with a 6, 1, and 2 Hypnotic Flare. But now that Pan Man has it, I may have to mix that up a little bit. With it.
Yeah, right.
Okay, 5th race is an allowance race. Never 1-2 condition. Go in the short distance. Scratch the 2-1 Vision. Pan Man was already busting on my pick here. He doesn't think this one's going to win.
I gotta go with, we call them fun coupons. We call them fun coupons on top.
Now, what does that mean?
I don't know. It's maybe the winning tickets of a horse. I don't know. But anyways, nice workout at Tampa. Horses run against some tough horses in the past. Sure, they were restricted 2s and 3s, but maybe from the outside can blast out there. Twirling Candy, Kentucky bred. I went with this one on top. I was just I get the 1. I get it, but that's just 13 starts on the dirt, 0 wins, 1 win out of 22 starts. So I'm trying to beat the horse. Definitely the one to beat, but I went with 6-5-1.
But I mean, that's how Ferraro's winning on fitness.
I know.
I mean, we talk about it. They're training down in Tampa. They're running down in Tampa. You're getting horses here that have only had a couple works coming into the season, and like I said, I might get beat with my other pick with Special Pal, who's the lone speed, because Eros' girl might just be that much fitter and run that horse down. Yeah, I don't think this horse is any better than anybody in this field. I actually like Puckish the best if it was a longer distance. I think Puckish is the best horse of the race. Looking at his race last year when he beat Storm and Sammy. Storm and Sammy the other day was dominant, impressive. I think that was opening day for Rachel Sells, but it's short here. And that's the thing. The fact that it's 4.5 furlongs and Shorts in the winter should be fitter than we call him Coupons, who's the other speed. Now, we call him Fun Coupons is quicker back in 2023. I was quicker back in 2023. But I think Shorts in the winter on fitness could be able to hold the rail. You see that broken vow in there on the dam side, by the way.
Off track.
Which would help with the sloppy track. I think this horse can win here on fitness. Puckish, I'd like if it was longer. Might still win. That was an impressive effort when he broke his maiden here. Dominated that 2-year-old field. How good is he here? Well, it's his first start here as a 3-year-old. Did make 1 star as a 3-year-old in New York. I don't know. That was a big number last year. I think he's capable. I went 1-4-6. I'm a little concerned about the layoff and the lack of activity, but you got to like the works for the return, if we call them coupons.
Yeah.
Mainly, you look at the maiden win way back when. It's simply just better than these horses, no question.
We'll see.
Call them fun coupons. I don't know what that means. What?
They'll go there with it,
Okay. Okay, we scratched the 1 and the 3. Okay, this is a 3 and up maiden, but with the scratches, we're left with all 3-year-olds.
This really, I don't know. This kind of messed the race up for me. I like the one horse.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get a price at 8 to 1.
I think those are
the
the
3 was
those are the
dangerous.
2 I had 1 too. Those are the 2 I had 1 too, and it changes who you like in here. And it's hard to really fall in love with anybody in the race. I went with Raisuli, the outside. You did go with that
we
one?
got same numbers in this one. Yeah, go ahead. Take it away, man.
That sounds-
Raisuli.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know.
It's a nice Italian name, it sounds like. Why you got to do that? Okay, well, only start. This horse didn't break all that sharp. I like the fact that if I remember the dam, I've been here too long if I remember the dam racing.
Yeah.
Do you remember Shards? Were you here with Shards of Class? She was by Mrs. Rabbits?
Yeah, oh yeah,
I remember the grandmother. That's the
Mrs. Rabbits.
Mrs. Rabbits was off track, though.
Total.
Off track, and so was Shards of Class. Shards of Class had a good record on and off track. And that's what I'm kind of looking at as well. And again, this one didn't break all that sharp, but then again, neither did Shards of Class. Was a little bit unruly going to the gate, if I remember right. She's making her second career start. He's making for second career start, and first start as a 3-year-old. But it doesn't matter because they're all 3-year-olds in here. It doesn't, and a lot of them are coming off layoffs. I think the only one that ran was Call Me Calvin. Is that the only one that ran this year? The 7 Scales of Gold, first time Lasix, will take advantage of the fact that you can add the Lasix as a 3-year-old. Hasn't run since September, but ran on a off track. Yeah, it wasn't the strongest a 2-year-old field, but did okay, and I think can improve with the Lasix. I think it's the next logical. Again, then you got to look at the firsters. Of the 2 firsters, I thought Sweet Julian was more turf.
Yeah.
And Natural 9 was the one. At least the dam, looking at her stats, she liked an off track, so maybe that's going to push me to put her in the top 3. But again, you got 2 capable trainers with first-time starters with Aquilano and Jeff Engelhardt.
Yeah, Natural 9, Street Boss. I mean, that's maybe could do something. Daniel Vergara.
Yeah, where's he? He's been out west.
Yeah,
he was here years ago for his couple seasons.
44% in the money stat.
Yeah, everybody.
Wow.
I mean, I heard a lot of positive
Southwest.
things about Vergara when he was here. A lot of the trainers liked him. Said he has very strong hands with the horses and could get horses to relax. He went out on and did well out in Turf Paradise, right?
Yeah,
After that, good to see him back. I got to find out if he's going to stick around with us for a little while. 7th race, an allowance race, never won to condition. Scratch the 4, Power Driver. Now, I don't know how a couple of these horses got their names past the breeding thing, but we don't want to. We don't want to go there. These are rock. Looks like the horse to beat. Looks like the speed.
Weight
off, speed, class. Everything's kind of pointing that direction. But sometimes when it looks too good to be true, a lot of times it is. But I don't see any reason why this horse shouldn't lose on the front end. And the dam is a Grade 1 winner, by the way. A lot to like. I mean, is stopping against Stakes Company as a 2-year-old. Now faces a weak 2 lifetime allowance. It's a real soft group for a 2 lifetime allowance. So it's really tough to go against this horse. I would probably single if I'm playing pick 5s.
Busting Stones on and off track.
Yeah, more to like
Meadow Lake could be the one.
Meadow Lake on the dam side.
Took money, comes out of races
win.
where the top 2 horses came back to win, back at Aqueduct. Looks tough.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 horses on the outside have got some looks, but, I thought if there's a horse to beat her, maybe it's the 5, Stunning Sugar. Adds the Lasix here and adds the blinkers. I'm looking back at her maiden win here. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I don't know how good that field. Well, I do know how good that field was. It wasn't the strongest of fields that she beat, but she did it so convincingly, and it was a decent time for a 2-year-old here for the day. That's kind of how I look at it, and that was her last start at Finger Lakes before being overmatched in tougher races in the area. It's tough to gauge how good this horse is. That's why I thought if somebody's going to beat Dizarac. It might be this one. She does have some early speed, maybe even more focus with the addition of blinkers, and some decent mud breeding as well. So I thought she would be the most logical to beat her. And then Bisa has a look going first time Lasix after running down in Kentucky.
Yeah, Stunning Sugar has some good works here to track too. I got the same one on top, Dizarac. I used Bisa for second, and Light Thoughts by City of Light for third. You know, third time off the layoff. Didn't do anything down in New York, but, you know, won back at Aqueduct in January.
She ran okay here, her first start. Linda Dixon always good with her and Hector, very good with the young horses. I always say that, broken record, but.
On to the last, Dave, the last
race.
Yeah.
Gotta take our time with this, so we got plenty of time. We don't.
Racing tomorrow and then Wednesday off?
What? You are?
We are.
Yeah, tomorrow we got an 8-race card. We do add Wednesdays next week, so we're only running Monday, Tuesday this week. Give us still a chance to make some money.
Yeah.
Play the pick five. We got 2 pick fives, 2 of them. How do you like being back?
It's great. It's great. I mean, I you know.
It's a great country when you can retire and work at the track, right?
Come back to where I left 10 years ago. Yeah.
This is your home.
I appreciate everybody for the management and everybody for hiring me back.
They were desperate, is what I heard. They didn't really want to.
Thanks, Dave.
No, I'm just kidding. No,
Good to be back with you, man.
Yeah, of course, always is. Scratch the 7, tail of the tail. Why do you think I'm working security? They were low on security guards.
Yeah, you were giving me a hard time for bringing a bag in. Okay, whatever. Anyways.
What bag did you bring in?
My backpack.
I don't know how that got through. Yeah, the 3's the logical. Nikki Brainhurst getting the weight off. So I mean, it's good in this situation. It's good to have the weight off because this is an older horse. Again, against mostly 3-year-olds, and this is something I look for, especially in these maiden races. These 3-year-old fillies, especially the few that have ran as 2-year-olds against much weaker competition. Those 2-year-olds were not putting up very good numbers last year. They're making their starts as a 3-year-old now. Now, the older horses were running as a 3-year-old last year, running against the older horses with better numbers. If you follow me on that, you understand what I'm talking about. But this horse has been competitive in New York against the maiden claimers there. She should be able to do okay here. Again, a 4-year-old filly against better 3 and ups, facing mostly 3-year-old fillies here. I think she's got a big advantage.
Agreed.
Okay.
Could be a single in the pick, right? Nah, maybe not.
I don't know. I wouldn't say single. I think the other one's a better single. Unless you go too deep with Storming Sugar. Dizarac, Storming Sugar. I might use 2 here too. I mean, Freedom Dreams looks like she's got some speed to it. And that's kind of what you look at 4.5. You know, if Nikki Brankhurst doesn't break all that sharp and Freedom Dreams gets a clear lead, speed is good on a sloppy racetrack, there is the chance for the upset there. And she's chasing some quick fractions on a different surface. But she was here before. It's not like she can't run on dirt. Her first start was good. She just missed against Bald Kitten, who runs earlier today. The 6 is an interesting first-time starter for Sam Morales.
Distorted Humor Mare. That's
is that Maria that has this horse? This is the first foal of that dam that costs $180,000 a 2-year. Very well-bred horse, by the way, but the off-track too. I mean, you look at the off-track breeding on this horse is really good. A good long shot to just kind of throw in there, and that's what I did. The other 4-year-old is Chuckatuck. Did you use that one?
I did use Chuckatuck because you know those were 3-year-old and up races. Didn't take much money for his 2 times, but did show some speed the second time in a 9-horse field. And maybe you know how good Aquilano is usually beginning of the year. His horses are usually ready to go. Okay. So I used this one second. 3rd, Freedom Dreams, and so I got 3, 2, 5.
Okay, we do have a sloppy racetrack today. Are we expecting more rain? Did you even look at the weather today?
Yeah, it's going to be on and off. Hopefully drying out a little bit. But yeah.
That's the weather report?
Off track.
Where are we
It's warm out at least.
It is warmer today. I noticed that. Geez, thanks for the weather report. Well, tomorrow probably an off track too?
Yeah.
Are you gonna come? Are you gonna show tomorrow? Or are you gonna take off? What do you?
It takes too much time for me to. I gotta concentrate on.
I know. I don't know if I can take the abuse that you give me when you're on the show either. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Panama's got to go up and How about
post
doing the?
parade.
You got to do the post parade,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay, those are our picks today. Good luck with yours. Again, racing continues tomorrow. One more day of live racing this week. 1 o'clock, first post. Thanks for being on the show, John.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day, everybody. Good luck.
The field for the Monday opener is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Laughter with Jackie Davis. Scratch the 2, Lady Quinn. The 3 is Saloon Girl with Luis Perez. The 4 is Flight Control with Emmanuel De Diego. The 5 is Flying By with Heeman Harkey. And the 6 is Banned from Midway with Romero Mirage. Don't forget, free PPs, DRF.com members today. Head over to DRF.com to download, and you can get your free PPs right here at FingerLakesGaming.com each and every racing day. All right, welcome to day number 3 of the meet. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Looking forward to this opener today. The number 4 Flight Control comes in for Ralphie D and Gumster Stable. Last year, Gumster Stable claimed the horse out of town named Runaway Joke and came here and ran amok all summer long. I think he's going to be named Finger Lakes Horse of the Year at the awards in June. And he comes up here now. He does have one race in the mud. It was for his old connections, and he didn't run well at all. That was the race that Gumster claimed him out of. Came back. He won for fun. They tried the grass again to no avail. He's 2 for 4 on dry tracks, 0 for 1 on the wet track. We'll see if the circuit switch helps him. I put Flight Control on top. The number 5 Flying By. Blinkers coming on back on Flying By. He wore him back all of last year. Saved a couple 3 starts. Ships in from Turf Paradise for Troy Smith, who has some horses here. He's got outside positional speed in here. Harkey's going to ride. And again, like I said, the blinkers go on. She's 6 to 5. Can she win? Sure. She has one wet track race. It wasn't that fast, out where she was and up in Emerald and down in Turf Paradise. But we'll see if the 6-year-old mare can get the job done here in her first try at the Lakes. And then number 1, Laughter, ships in for Jonathan Buckley. Jonathan's had her before. She rattled off 4 in a row. She was disqualified, but she won 4 in a row. She crossed the line first, 4 in a row, won 3 of them. She loves a wet track. We'll see how she deals with a 3-month layoff, a little bit over 3 months, and her return to Finger Lakes. She's definitely a player. We'll see how she does from the rail, going this 5 furlong distance rather. Excuse me. 4-5-1. Don't forget, mandatory pick 5 starts in race number 1. Best of luck if you're getting involved. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get your early pick fives in with that mandatory payout. The field for race one has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Laughter goes in first. Here's Saloon Girl. Flight Control goes forward. Don't forget, folks, if you're a DRF.com member, get your DRF PPs for today's card here at Finger Lakes, courtesy of DRF.com, is flying by. Your current favorite goes in. The last to load is going to be Banned from Midway. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Monday opener. There goes Saloon Girl between far outside, flying by between Flight Control, and at the rail is Laughter. Linked back to Banned from Midway, a tight pack, just 3 lengths from front to back, and Flight Control assumes the lead. A length and 3/4 ahead of Laughter, who stays along the inside. Between fillies and mares is Saloon Girl. Flying by is 3 deep. It leaves Banned from Midway 4 wide as they race around the far turn here. 22 and 3 the opening quarter. Flight Control, a 2.5 length lead. Jackie Davis trying to motivate Laughter from the 2 spot. Not gaining ground as of yet. Now she cuts the corner and tries to put a dent in Flight Control's lead, who leads them off the turn and into the stretch by 2. Flight Control, then Laughter. Saloon Girl trying to make up ground late, then flying by and Banned from Midway. 8th pole, it's all Flight Control. Flight Control takes off past the 16th pole, and she's in front by 5. Now 6, all Flight Control in the opener. Then it was Laughter, Saloon Girl, and flying by in 58 and a deuce. Number 4, Flight Control was first. 1, Laughter second. 3, Saloon Girl third. 5, Flying By finished fourth. Race 1's official. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 4, Flight Control. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Air Force Blue out of the elusive quality mare, Senorita Margarita, appropriate winner for Cinco de Mayo. A New York bred, Flight Control's owned by Gumpster Stable, trained by Ralph D'Alessandro, winning rider Emmanuel De Diego. $2 exacta 4-1, 14.40. 50-cent try, 4-1-3, 13.37. And the 10-cent super, 4-1-3-5, $4 and 2 pennies. Race 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in the second. Scratch the number 2, Fabulous Fox. Race 2, scratch the 2, Fabulous Fox. Post time for the second is a little over 21 minutes away.
Okay, horses are just now getting into the paddock for race number 2. That favorite did not disappoint in that race. Let's get the cards started. Kind of keep an eye on how things play here. Track is pretty wet as we got a lot of rain overnight. Still relatively cloudy, but it looks like the sun's trying to peek out here in Western New York. We're actually going to go a little bit further for the second race. We're going to go a long distance of 5.5 furlongs after all these 4.5 sprints we've been doing. Big scratch of the 2, Fabulous Fox, who figured to be the speed of the speed in this race. And the real beneficiary of that scratch would be the 1, Special Pal, who now looks like the main speed of the race. The question is, obviously it's not 4.5, it's 5.5. Is she good enough to hold off what looks to be the best horse in the race, Eros' Girl? Now, Eros' Girl, obviously a stakes horse in the past. She's running well again. She comes off a good second-place finish at Tampa against open $10,000 claimers. She found 4.5 was too short for her last year, and then tried the 5.5, and still kind of short. 5.5 is a little short for her, but she is fitter and better than these horses, so she is going to be the favorite in here and could be the best horse. It's just a matter of running down Special Pal, and it could be a question of fitness for Special Pal. Special Pal, as the main speed with a scratch of Fabulous Fox, will try to take them all the way. I originally didn't even like this horse at all, but now with the Fabulous Fox scratch, it's her race to lose on the front end, and she might just get run down with fitness with Eros' Girl, and it looks like that's the race, whether Special Pal can hold off that rival. Now, she's been good at the 5.5 furlong distance. She's won 3 of her 6 races, half of them, and she's okay on the off track as well, even though she's never won on it. She's always close in some of her races in the mud or in the slop. And of course, she's never had a real easy lead going 5.5 on an off track either, which she should have today. Again, but she's off a layoff since November, so it could just come down to fitness if she can hold off the closing Eros' Girl. That's just it. Eros' Girl just doesn't have anything for early speed, but she's the best horse, and she should have the fitness edge on these horses as well, which should give her a big advantage of chasing down Special Pal and winning against the others. So those are the 2, and you can see it on the board. They're the 2 that are getting most of the play. Eros' Girl going to be the favorite, and then you got the lone speed of Special Pal, and that looks to be the complexion of the race in race number 2. Again, we scratched the 2, Fabulous Fox, which turned out to be the big scratch because she was originally the speed. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and the pick 3 starts with this race.
Here's the field for race 2. The 1 is Special Pal. Emmanuel De Diego looks to sweep the early double. Scratch the 2, Fabulous Fox. The 4 is In Traffic with Jackie Davis. The 5 is Eros' Girl with Luis Perez. The 6 is Jayla with Andre Worry. And the 3 is Ramon with Luis Pena. All right, very impressive win by Flight Control in the opener here. And we come back now to an 11 down to 9. 2 of them actually in for the tag here. Your favorite is Eros' Girl, and as much as I hate to be a chalk-eating weasel, she looks a little tough. We talked last week about recency and how I was going to try and stick with those horses as well. She has at a couple of races at Tampa for our leading trainer, Michael Anthony Ferraro. She loves it up here. She handles a wet track. More importantly, she has 2 starts from the July layoff. Now, they were spread apart, 2 months, now another month. So obviously, you know, she has some flaws, but she should be fit enough to go the 5.5 in here. I like seeing the distances, by the way. Last year, my first year here at the Lakes, 4.5 exclusively for 2 weeks, but we got some 5 and 5.5 furlong races the next couple of days, and that should bode even better for her with the recency. Jayla, you know, it's funny. Jayla might actually appreciate the 5.5. 4.5, she'd had trouble, but last year at 4.5 and 5, she was kind of competitive at the beginning of the year. She gets some wet track. She really turned it on the last couple of starts with a couple of wins. She bumps up for the 11,000 and for the waiver for Ralphie as she cuts back in distance. She's a big price, though, and if anybody's going to upset, I think it will be Jayla. It would give Ralphie D and Gumster a sweep of the early double. Speaking of which, the 1 Special Pal would give Emmanuel De Diego a sweep of the early double. 0 for 5 on wet tracks, 4 for 8 on fast. That bothers me a little bit, but I would imagine this horse from the rail with Fabulous Fox out of here is the controlling speed, and the controlling speed by a long way. So Emmanuel De Diego might want to try to win the double on the front end, and we'll see if he can put Special Pal on the bill daily. 5-6-1. First pick 3 starts here. Best of luck if you're getting involved. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Special Pal, the first to load in. Ramon's next. Here's In Traffic. The last two to load are Eros's Gal and Jayla. They're in the gate. And they're off. Eros's Gal shows her gray head first along the inside. Special Pal. These two have a length and a half quickly on Ramon. Far outside Jayla. In between theirs is In Traffic. 5 lengths from front to back. And Special Pal and Emmanuel De Diego assume the lead. They have it a length and a half on Eros's Gal, who's second. Along the inside, there's Ramon In Traffic alongside of her, and on the outside, that's Jayla. The 5 of them race around the far turn through an opening quarter in a tepid 23-1. Special Pal, a length and a half. Eros's Gal trying to move up on the outside as Ramon saves all the ground. Gap of 3 now to In Traffic, and nothing yet from Jayla. The field makes their way past the quarter pole. Special Pal, Eros's Girl, ratchets up the pressure off the turn and into the stretch through a half and 47-1. Eros's Gal trying to reel in Special Pal, who won't go down without a fight past the 8th pole. Special Pal battles back. Eros's Gal, these two headlong the final 16th. Eros's Gal finally starts to edge away, and Eros's Gal's going to win it by a neck over a determined Special Pal. A long way back to Ramon, and then In Traffic rounds out the Super in 105-3. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 5, Eros's Girl was first. 1, Special Pal second. 3, Ramon third. 4, In Traffic fourth. 5-1-3-4 unofficial in race 2. In the winner's circle, the number 5, Erosa's Girl. 6-year-old mare's the daughter of boys of Tuscanover out of the Freud Mare Esprit, a New York bred. Erosa's Girl is owned and trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro, winning rider Luis Perez, and it's official. $2 double 4-5, $7.60. $2 at the 5-1, 440. 50-cent try, $2.70, and the 10-cent super, 5-1, 3-4, 79 cents. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of the early pick 4. Please note there'll be no show, try, or superfecta wagering. Scratch the 2, Fidelia. Race 3, scratch the 2. Post time for the 3rd, the start of the early pick 4, is in just over 19 minutes. Don't forget, folks, if you're a DRF.com member, free PPs over at DRF.com today for Finger Lakes, and our PPs are available each and every racing day at our website, fingerlakesgaming.com.
All right, we're getting ready to go out on the track for race number 3, and yeah, no big surprises in the second. Kind of ran like everybody thought it would. I mean, Special Pal was the main speed. Question was she fit enough to hold off the better horse at Eros' Girl, who had the fitness edge. Louis Perez did a really good job, broke well, and got out there close enough with Special Pal where she was able to wear her down with the fitness to get the win. But it did turn out to be a pretty good match race in race number 2. Louis Perez for Ferraro. They're going on the track here for the third. Right now, the favorite on the outside, Jackson Avenue at 7-5. She's been facing a little bit tougher at Aqueduct, but that 0 for 7 on the off track a little scary. Figure Stars Delight, despite the layoff, could get out there, hold the rail on Echo 7, and maybe pull off the minor upset as it looks right now. But Stars Delight does have that win on an off track, and that could be the difference. But only 4 betting interests here, so no try, no super, and no show wagering the third with a scratch of the 2 Fidalia.
The field for race 3. The start of the early pick 4 is coming out onto the track. Please note there's no show, try, or superfecta wagering in race 3. Scratch the 2, Fidelia. The 1 is Love Thyself with Kevin Navarro. Again, scratch the 2, Fidelia. The 4 is Echo 7 with Heyman Harkey. The 5 is Jackson Avenue with Jackie Davis. And there's the 3, Stars Delight with Andre Wari. I went 5-3 here. Jackson Avenue wintered at the Big A with Linda Dixon. Actually won for 16, beaten 16, and then had a race open against 32s and 15s to no avail. Comes back here. She doesn't have a great record on a wet track, but she's also running against her friends here. She's got the outside draw. I went with the number 5, Jackson Avenue on top. The 3, Stars Delight, off the layoff for Stacy Torelli. Has a win on a wet track. It was actually the best race of her career. It was back in September of last year. She came back and ran 4th against Laughter and Special Pal 2 starts back before the break. She has speed, and we've seen speed be dangerous so far today, and I would imagine she's going to be in front in here. And then there's Echo 7, who's trying dirt for the first time. Part of the reason I wanted to mention Echo 7, obviously there's no tries or anything. So he's never on the dirt, and his turf races are significantly faster than his synthetic track races. That tells me he's probably a turf horse. She's probably a turf horse, I should say. So, be interesting. I'm going 5-3. Best of luck in race 2 to kick off the early pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 at the start of the early pick 4 has made its way to the starting gate. And it's post time. Love Thyself goes in first. Stars Delight goes in. Dirt debut for Echo 7. Jackson Avenue, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off from mid-pack. It's Echo 7 to the inside. Stars Delight. These two speed off and quickly have 2 lengths on the duo of Love Thyself and Jackson Avenue, who's on the outside. Stars Delight and Echo 7 really going at it here. The 2 favorites have opened up 4.5, now 5 as Jackson Avenue improves on the outside into third, just ahead in front of Love Thyself. 7 lengths from front to back, 22-3. Echo 7 getting out badly there on the turn. Heeman Harkey trying to keep her on the track. She's all but out of the race. In the meantime, Stars Delight cuts the corner and has a 1.5 length lead. Jackson Avenue bears down on the outside. Between mares is Love Thyself trying to get back into it. Echo 7, she's in about the 12th path. They're coming down to the 16th pole. Jackson Avenue grabs the lead from Stars Delight. Love Thyself is in third. Coming down to the line, Jackie Davis and Jackson Avenue a length winner. Then it was Stars Delight, Love Thyself, and Echo 7 in 53-4. Number 5, Jackson Avenue was first. 3, Stars Delight second. 1, Love Thyself third. 4, Echo 7 was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Jackson Avenue. 6-year-old mare is the daughter of Union Jackson out of the pure prize mare Dean Avenue. A New York bred. Jackson Avenue is owned by CP Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Ronnie Breed Jr., winning rider Jackie Davis. It's official $2 double, 5-5, 14 even, and $2 exact to 5-3, $13.60. Race 4 comes up next. It kicks off the late pick 5. Late pick 5 still has the carryover component. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 4, scratch to 5, Grace Candy. Race 4, scratch to 5. Race 5, the start of the late pick 4, scratch to 2, One Vision. Race 5, scratch to 2. Race 6, Scratch the 1, Billy at the gate. And the 3, smoking it up. Race 6, scratch the 1 and 3. Race 7, scratch the 4, Power Driver. Race 7, scratch the 4. And in race 8, scratch the 7, Tail of the Tail. Scratch the 7. And a rider change for the 5, Freedom Dreams, to Jeremiah Flores. Post time for race number 4. The start of the late pick 5 is in just over 25 minutes.
right, getting ready for race number 4 in Jackson Avenue. Just on fitness, as that one was the only horse that ran in 2025, able to chase down Star's Delight, who was the survivor of the speed duel. As Echo 7 went out, ended up bearing out on the turn. So Jackson Avenue able to run down that one and get the victory. Jackie Davis for Ronnie Breed Jr. visiting the winner's circle. 4th race will start the pick 5. We do scratch the 5. Grace Candy. This is a late pick 5. We had the early one in the first. This one has the carryover. As you see, some early money on Hypnotic Flare. This one comes off the layoff since December. Actually, most of them coming off the layoff with the exception of Change Order the 3 and the 6. Call Me Penny may have a little bit of fitness coming in from Gulfstream Park after running the artificial surface here. This one did run here at Finger Lakes towards the end of last year. The only win in this one's career, as this is a 2 lifetime, was going 4.5 furlongs, a maiden race that she won on fitness last year, defeating a sharp horse in Dale Avenue. Dale Avenue went on to win a couple in a row out of that race. So she was sharp last year. See if she could come in with a little sharpness here. Maybe a little value in this race, as she's not getting much for early play at 7-1 with all the early play on Hypnotic Flare, who comes in off the layoff. As she did run once against winners, and it was in New York after looking good in victory, breaking her maiden on a muddy racetrack last year. Now, she was okay in the mud. All of her Finger Lakes starts were in the mud, so it's tough to gauge if she really liked it or didn't like it. She had a couple seconds and a win in all 3 of her career starts. You really can't gauge it off of any fast track races here at Finger Lakes because she never ran on any fast track. But she's okay as far as her breeding on the off track. See how she handles it today. She'll have more of a tussle here with these horses. First start off the layoff since December. She's getting a lot of play at early odds of 2 to 5. The inside speed of the race looks to come from the 1 Island Ride, who does have a little bit of a weight advantage here, being a 3-year-old filly. She'll be able to carry 120 versus the 124 of everybody else. But again, she hasn't been against older competition, running primarily against 2-year-olds, but at other racetracks last year, running in New York in her last start of the year. So she'll be able to add Lasix as a 3-year-old here, plus get that weight advantage and drawing the rail. She's at odds of 9 to 2. Plus she has some good early speed, which could really be a good asset going the 4.5 today. Especially, so I went with a 6, 1, and 2. Obviously, a shorter field. It depends on who's going to get the trip or if that fitness does come through, as we saw in the last race, as the fitness, despite the short distance, Jackson Avenue was still able to chase those horses down. And that seems to be the trend, as the other race, it was Eros' Girl able to wear down Special Pal with her fitness, despite Special Pal being the main speed. So we'll see if that holds up again this race, but that's kind of how you got to look at these 4.5 furlong events. Again, the late pick 5 starts in race number 4. We do scratch the 5, Grace Candy.
Here's the field for race number 4. The 1 is Island Ride. Luis Perez looks for a riding double. The 2 is Hypnotic Flare with Kevin Navarro. The 3 is Change Order. Christian Navarro's in the saddle. The 4 is Emily Reward. Jackie Davis looks for a riding double. Scratch the 5, Grace Candy. The 6 is Call Me Penny with Romero Mirage. All right. I'm going to try and upset the favorite here. I went with the number 6, Call Me Penny, who has the recency, a couple of races down at Gulfstream Park. She's raced here 3 times. She has a win. Her maiden win was here back in April, opening day, in fact, last season. She got the job done as a big favorite, and she's kept good company both at Saratoga. She ran on the grass. She went to Churchill. She came back here at the end of the season. And then you see the October layoff, so she was gone almost 5 months. Got a couple of tighteners down at Gulfstream Park on the Tapeta, and now she comes back here, drawn outside. Gets Romero, wet track. She's hit the board 2 of 3. I'll try her to mildly upset the number 2, Hypnotic Flare, who I put second. 4 starts in all, 3 of them here at Finger Lakes, all came on wet tracks. She ran second twice, got the maiden win, and she didn't run all that bad on any other end down in December at Aqueduct. But we see the break now, and she's gone a little over 5 months, a little under 5 months, I should say. We'll see how she comes back. Daughter of Good Magic. And like I said, she's had some success on the wet tracks here in Farmington. 4 to 5, she probably deserves it. And then right inside of her is the One Island Ride. Jim Aquilano takes over the training, gets Lasix for the first time, gets a wet track for the first time. Daughter of Catalina Cruiser. We'll see how she will handle the off-going and the rail draw. She looks like she could be the controlling speed, and that's kind of what you want today. 6-2-1. Again, late pick 5. That has the carryover component. Best of luck if you're playing here in race 4. Less than a minute. Post times in less than a minute. Get those late pick 5 tickets in right now. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. They're going to load Hypnotic Flare from the front of the gate without rider Kevin Navarro, who's climbing aboard now. She's in. Great job by the gate crew here, as always. Island Ride goes forward. Here's Change Order at a big price. Emily Reward goes in. And the last to load is Call Me Penny. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. There goes Island Ride, far outside. Call Me Penny to bookends a 1-2. Between rivals, there's Hypnotic Flare. Then Emily Reward and Change Orders at the back, 5 from the front. Island Ride and Luis Perez assume control. Between rivals is Hypnotic Flare. 3 deeps, Call Me Penny. They've sped off to a 5-length lead on the duo of Emily Reward and Change Order. Opening quarter, 23 flat. Island Ride maintains a half-length lead. Here comes Call Me Penny with a 3-wide bid. Hypnotic Flare trying to keep pace from the back. Emily Reward trying to chime in as Change Order rides the rails off the turn into the stretch. Island Ride trying to see it through. Call Me Penny down the center, up the inside. Change Order. They're all giving futile chase as Island Ride loved the slop today. She's going to win it by 5 under the line. It got dead tight for second. Hypnotic Flare came back with a re-rally just inside of Call Me Penny in a pretty sharp 52-3. Number 1, Island Ride was first. It's a photo for second. Number 2, Hypnotic Flare was second. 6, Call Me Penny third. 3, Change Order fourth. 1, 2, 6, 3 unofficial in race 4. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1 Island Ride. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Catalina Cruiser out of the Jimmy Freed mare, Free Belief. Island Ride's owned by Frank Calipano, Nicholas Primpus, and Goat Racing Stable. Trained by Jim Aquilano. 2 on the day for winning rider Luis Perez, and it's official. $2 double 5, 116.40. $2 exacta, 128.50. 50-cent try, 126, $4 and a nickel. 10-cent super, 1263, $2.52. And the 50-cent pick 3, 551, $10.45. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of the late pick 4. Scratch to 2, 1 vision. Race 5. We'd like to welcome back our longtime clerk of scales. Good to see Jack Keller this morning back where he belongs, going into the jocks room that is dedicated to him. Welcome back, Jack Keller. Post time for the 5th is in just over 23 minutes.
Okay, fifth race starts the late pick four after Island Ride able to take advantage of the weight and the going first time last. It's going to be in the inside speed. That one was pretty tough in race number 4. Scratch the 2, One Vision out of the 5th, and you see some early money on the 4 Puckish. Going back to his 2-year-old races. Man, this horse dominated a 2-year-old field, which included Storm and Sammy, who we saw win last week. I thought on fitness, though, Shorts in the Winter might have the advantage here. Comes off the claim. This one used to be in the, I think it was the John Buckley barn way back when. But this one claimed and does have a good record on the off track. Actually, the only win for this horse was performed on and off track. It does have enough tactical speed from the rail that maybe can hold the rail on, we call them fun coupons, depending on how sharp that one is off of a long layoff. But that's the one I went with on fitness. Puckish obviously is going to be tough in here if he can keep his form from Finger Lakes. Really ran well in the 2 starts here at the Lakes and just was a little overmatched against 3-year-olds in his first start back in February. First start as a 3-year-old. Now returns to Finger Lakes with the Lasix. Logical horse. Just a question of he's got to close and catch these horses at 4.5. The interesting one is we call them fun coupons. This horse has been off since January. Does show some nice works down in Tampa. Adds blinkers for the race and might be sharp enough. But again, only 1 start since November of 2023. Let's see if he shows the speed that he showed back then. Wouldn't be any surprise, but the layoff is a concern if he's a short price. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts of the 5th. Again, scratch the 2, One Vision.
Here's the field for race 5. The one is Shorts in the Winter with Cabracoa. Scratch the 2, One Vision. Scratch the 3. The 3 is Gold Templar with Stephen Frett. The 4 is Puckish with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Brewing with Andre Worry. And the 6 is We Call Them Fun Coupons. Manuel De Diego looks for a riding double. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack would like to send out a special welcome all the way from Batavia to Jeff Rossi. Welcome, Jeff. Jeff, go bet a few bucks on the 1, Shorts in the Winter. Tell him the Big A sent you. Inside draw here, obviously, now down to 7-2. Claimed by the leading trainer, Michael Anthony Ferraro, out of a series of races down at Tampa. Has been here at Finger Lakes in the past 8 tries, a win, and 5 third-place finishes. 5 times. all of the board, three races on a wet track. That's where the maiden win came. A couple of third place finishes as well. So this gelded son of Bolt Oro likes a wet track, and I know he was going longer, but he has shown some speed in his last series of races. He's going 4.5, and he'd have to go a lot faster than he's accustomed to. But we've seen Cabercola and Michael Anthony Ferraro get these horses to get a little faster. See if he can get to the top. And here, speaking of the top, we call them fun coupons. I know Dave and the Pan Man were talking earlier. The fun coupons usually go back and forth between couples, fellas. I enjoy fun coupons when I'm part of a couple. Blinkers go on back on. One time with blinkers was no bueno. Got beat 25 lengths. We haven't seen this one for 16 months. Son of Twirling Candy. Good to see Jeff back as well. He should come back from the layoff firing. And more often than not, when they come back from any layoff, they're a little fresher. This horse has had an awful long time, and he's shown plenty of speed in the past. He has the fastest sprint speed in here, and he'll probably be vying with Shorts in the winter should that one try to leave from the rail. And then finally the favorite. Listen, Puckish can win. No question. One of the more impressive maiden races here at the Lakes last year. He galloped in his second start after making up plenty of ground, going 5.5 in his debut. You had the layoff. Dave Duggan had the horse down in New York. He has a lot of those Clear Star and Mitre Box horses. He has them all, actually. He didn't fire at Aqueduct. And it wasn't a particularly fast race. He took money. It was not a tough race. He just wasn't any good that day. And I know he's coming back to Finger Lakes, but I got to tell you, if we call him Fun Coupons comes back firing, and Shorts in the winter has some representative races, and now he's going out for our leading trainer, I think this horse is picking a pretty tough spot to come back off the 2+ months. And at even money, I don't know. I'm selling my stock on him at even money with a couple of better alternatives, I feel, in here in the 1 and the 6. 1-6-4. This kicks off the late pick 4. Maybe fade this favorite and try and get one of the other two likely winners home. Best of luck here in race 5. Again, welcome, Jeff, and welcome back, Jack Keller. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Lancelot. That's great. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate. It's post time as we kick off today's late pick 4. Shorts in the Winter goes in first. Here's Gold Templar. Puckish is next. Brewing goes in. And the last to load is We Call 'Em Fun Coupons. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, there's Gold Templar for the lead. At the rail, a hustling Cabercoa trying to get Shorts in the Winter up front. And on the far outside, the returning We Call 'Em Fun Coupons. Those three have a length and a half on Puckish. 2.5 more back to the trailer Brewing, who's 7 from the lead. Shorts in the Winter at the rail. We Call 'Em Fun Coupons outside. These two with a length and a half on Puckish and Gold Templar, who have 3.5 on Brewing through an opening quarter of 22-3. Around the far turn, Shorts in the Winter trying to put away We Call 'Em Fun Coupons. 3 wide, Puckish swings into action as Gold Templar stays inside. Off the turn and into the stretch. Shorts in the Winter. Here comes Puckish down the center. Shorts in the Winter's almost home. Puckish up the rail. Gold Templar. Shorts in the Winter drifts. Puckish dead aim. Gold Templar at the rail. Here's the line. Shorts in the Winter, and Puckish got him. In the last few jumps, Puckish got his nose down on the line over Shorts in the Winter and Gold Templar in 52-2. Photo finish, sold all tickets. Number 4, Puckish was first. 1, Shorts in the Winter second. 3, Gold Templar third. 6, We Call 'Em Fun Coupons finished fourth. 4136 in race 5. Returning to the winner's circle is number 4, Puckish. 3-year-old gelding's a son of honest mischief out of the Smiling Tiger mare, Helen's Tiger. New York bred. Puckish is owned by Mitterbox Stable, Clear Star Stables, and Mark Jacoff. Trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Kevin Navarro. $2 double 1-4, $15.40. $2 exact to 4-1, $11. 50-cent try, 4-1-3, $11.35. 10-cent super, 4-1-3-6, $5.92. 50-cent pick 3, 5-1-4, $11.60. And the 50-cent pick 5, 5 of 5, $56.50. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off our final pick 3 of the day. Scratch to 1, Billy at the gate, and the 3s smoking it up. Scratch to 1 and 3 out of race 6. Post time for race 6 is just over 21 minutes away.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 6. A great finish to the 5th. Too close to call as Shorts in the winner led all the way, but it was Puckish able to get to that one and took the photo finish to decide between those two. It was Puckish who ended up winning the photo and getting the victory, Kevin Navarro for Buckley. Okay, 6th race, a maiden race, going 4.5. We do scratch the 1, Billy at the gate, scratch the 3, smoking it up. I guess that's how you say that one. Competitive race here with the scratches. Now we have all 3-year-olds, even though it's listed for 3 and up, because all 3-year-olds left in here. Looking at the outside with Raisuli, who ran 3rd despite a slow start when his only start back in November against fellow 2-year-olds. This one's out of Shards of Class. She ran here, and she ran pretty decently here. She was a horse that was a little bit erratic, but was very good, and actually was very good on off track, much like her mother, Mrs. Rabbit. And this one did well first out. I think Shards of Class did well first out, too. She won first out. So Rasuli currently at odds of 7-2. Scales of Gold is the 7 horse who ran 3rd in her debut back in September as a 2-year-old. She'll go first time Lasix, and did mix it up with the pace, and that was a pretty decent pace for 2-year-olds at the time for that racetrack. And she's got every room to improve. He's got every room to improve with this spot. Again, he does get in here against fellow 3-year-olds, so it's not as tough as it was looking initially, especially with the 2 horses that scratch. Look like 2 horses that were going to be very tough in here. So of the first-time starters, you got the 6, Natural 9, and the remaining firster is the 2, Sweet Julian. Now the 6 Natural 9 is out of Saltwater Rain, who actually had a pretty good record on an off track. Was in the top 2 on a muddy or sloppy track, not counting the good or wet fast. In 3 starts had a win in 2 seconds, so that fares well for Natural Wine. Not the fastest of works for this horse. Then you got the 2, Sweet Julian, more turf break. Actually, the dam, this is the first foal of that dam, whose only win was on the turf. So, and again, not the quickest of works there either. So you got to give the advantage to the 2 outside horses that have run, the 7, Scales of Gold, and the 8, Raisuli, coming off the layoff. The other horse getting some play is the 4, Extraordinary One, for the Davis brother and sister here, and has had some experience. Came in here after running in Ireland, and hasn't gotten the feel of American tracks, I guess. Has tried the turf last time, hasn't really shown anything in any of his races, so returns to Finger Lakes. He did run against Mr. Sugar Daddy, which was a pretty well-graded 2-year-old at the time, and well-graded 2-year-old race. So, maybe you can forgive that race that he ran back in August of last year. So really a tricky read. He is training well for the return, including a bullet on a sloppy racetrack. So maybe that's what's attracting some money here in this maiden event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 6th. Again, we scratched the 1, Billy at the gate, and the 3, smoking it up.
Here's the field for race number 6. Scratch to 1 Billy at the gate. The 2 is Sweet Julian with Luis Perez. Scratch to 3, Smoking It Up. The 4 is Extraordinary One. Jackie Davis rides. The 5. There he is. Call Me Calvin with Nazario Alvarado. The 7 is Scales of Gold. Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. Here's the 8, Ray Sully with Cabracoa. And the 6 is Natural 9 with David Vergara. All right, 4.5 furlongs for the maidens here. Scratch down to 6. I landed on the number 7, Scales of Gold, who's your current favorite for Ralphie D. Manuel De Diego. They're looking to team up for their second winner on the Monday card. It's Lasix after debuting way back in September on a wet track that was sealed, went 5.5, vied for the lead, made it off the turn, and got tired late to the much more experienced Brink. Now the layoff, we'll see how this horse handles the layoff. Showed plenty of speed on debut, 8-5. No great shakes. Thought this was a chalky affair. The 8, Ray Sully for second. Showed speed in the debut back in November. That was going 3/4 of a mile for Jim Aquilano. Tired a little bit earlier than Scales of Gold did, so we'll see how fit they both are coming off the layoff, and if Scales of Gold can carry the speed a little further than Ray Sully did, like they each did in their respective reviews. And then finally the first are Natural 9. Bunch of half-mile drills down at Penn National, getting ready for the unveiling. Comes up here as a state bred to run against fellow New York breds, or at the very least, all but one New York bred, and we got a Britain bred in here, English bred. 786. Final pick 3 today kicks off here. Best of luck if you're playing. We'll be back a little bit with the late double. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. If I've gone through up here so far. 100. The field for race number 6. The final pick 3 today has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Favoritism bouncing back and forth between the 2 outside runners, the 7 Scales of Gold and the 8 Raceuli. In goes Sweet Julian. Here's Extraordinary One. Call Me Calvin at a big price goes forward. Debuting Natural 9 is up next. Last 2 to load are the 2 favorites. Scales of Gold. And Raceuli. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. There goes Sweet Julian hustling to the lead. Outside, here comes Scales of Gold to challenge and go right on by. Scales of Gold now 3 parts of a length. Sweet Julian back in second. Then we come back to Raceuli, who's moving up into third. 2.5 to Extraordinary One. 4 more to Call Me Calvin. Natural 9 in his debut. Can see them all. He's already a dozen from the lead. Scales of Gold, middle of the track. 1.5 lengths through a 23-second opening quarter. Sweet Julian try to apply the pressure, but he's losing ground. 3 wides, Raceuli. Along the insides, Extraordinary One. Natural 9's out of last. Call Me Calvin's there now. They are coming down to the 8th pole. Scales of Gold is running up the score. He's in front by 4, looking for more. Sweet Julian's been chasing the whole way, but past the 16th pole, it's all Scales of Gold. Scales of Gold reports home a 5-length winner. Then it was Sweet Julian, Raceuli, and Extraordinary One in 52 and 2. Number 7, Scales of Gold first. 2, Sweet Julian second. 8, Raceuli third. 4, Extraordinary One finished 4th. Race 6 is official. Making his way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Scales of Gold. 3-year-old gelding's a son of Central Banker out of the Touch Gold mare, Holy Gold. A New York bred. Scales of Gold is owned by Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England. A training double for Ralph D'Alessandro. Winning rider for both of Ralphie D's wins, Emmanuel De Diego. And it's official. I see the cigar, Ralph. $2 double 4 7 11.40. $2 exact to 7 2 16.40. 50-cent try 728 $6.15. 10-cent super 7284. $3 22 cents. Pick 4 404. $29 and a quarter. Race 7 comes up next. We kick off the late double. Scratch to 4, Power Driver. Race 7, scratch to 4. And then race number 8, a rider change for the 5, Freedom Dreams to Jeremiah Flores. And scratch to 7, Tail of the Tail. Post time for race 7 is just over 20 minutes away.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and that was Scales of Gold getting the jump on that field. Emmanuel Di Diego getting the victory. Another win for Ralph D'Alessandro. Had a quiet week, opening week, but doing well today. That one going first time Lasix. Was over early. Once that one cleared for the lead, Raisuli was sitting off of that horse. They weren't going to catch Scales of Gold today. Was easily the winner of the 6th. Now we go to the 7th. That scratched the 4 Power Driver. It is a good allowance race, a never won 2 condition. It is for 3-year-old fillies. We scratched the 4 Power Driver, and some early money on Dizarak, who didn't fare too well last time in New York, but she did face some real tough competition there. She was pulling out all the stops. They had in blinkers and Lasix that race, and well, it just wasn't good enough against a stronger field. This should be a lot easier. This field came up relatively soft for the allowance condition, and with her speed, she should have the advantage of getting to the front on these. The other horse that has speed is probably her biggest competition. That's the 5 Stunning Sugar, who adds Lasix for this race, making her second start as a 3-year-old. Her last start here at Finger Lakes was very good. She dominated the field that day. Now, granted, it wasn't the strongest of field she beat, and she didn't have to go that fast to get the lead, but she does have speed, and she's adding blinkers and Lasix, and does have some good off-track breeding in her, so she would be no surprise that maybe enough speed to keep up with Dizarak. If that one doesn't have it for whatever reason, Stunning Sugar would be the most likely one to pull off the minor upset. Right now, it wouldn't be that much of an upset. She's 2-1 with Dizarak at 7-5. Keep in mind, Dizarak very well bred and very quick, and plus she has the weight off, and she's out of a dam that's a Grade 1 winner. So there's a lot to like with Dizarak. Sometimes it's too good to be true, but at least she's not dropping for a tag. The 6 is Bisa, who did run okay in the slop when you look back to her 2-year-old season. She did one race. She finished off the board, but it was actually one of her better races as a 2-year-old, and that was at Saratoga. She's been against some pretty good maidens in the past. She broke her maiden at Keeneland, and has hit the board every start against winners since then. But of course, those against 2-year-old competitions. This is her first start as a 3-year-old, but she will have the luxury of adding Lasix for her first 3-year-old start, and her numbers are good enough that she should be very competitive against this small field. Exacta Super Daily Double offered in race number 7. Again, we scratched the 4 Power Driver.
The field for race 7's coming out onto the track. The 1 is Bald Kitten with Cabracoa. The 2 is Deezer Rock with Christopher Elliott. The 3 is Little Thoughts with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 4, Power Driver. The 5, Stunning Sugar with Jeremiah Flores. And the 6 is Bisa with Romero Mirage. Took the chalk here. Deezer Rock comes in from the Big A. Cutting back in distance, circuit relief, some class relief. Has speed, which has been ultra tough today. Deezer Rock's 3 to 5. I'm not solving the riddle of the Sphinx here, folks. And this layoff's only since March. Not like some of the others, namely Bald Kitten, who we haven't seen since trying the She's a Stone Cold Fox back in November. She broke her maiden in the mud 2 starts back after trying boys in her debut. Listen, she makes a lot of sense. She has speed from the rail. She just has to deal with the speed of Deezer Rock and the recency of Deezer Rock. And if she can, she's probably going to get the money. And at the prices, I can understand why people would want to bet on Bald Kitten in here at these prices. Just know that Deezer Rock has run exponentially faster so far in their respective careers. Finally, Stunning Sugar had a race at Aqueduct, 2 races at Aqueduct actually. Gets blinkers and Lasix for her second start off of the layoff. She galloped when she broke her maiden in her second start. She didn't have much of a try in her start number 1, but she really turned things around when she broke her maiden second time out. She, again, blinkers and Lasix. She's all the way on the outside. She's in the 4-hole now. Be curious to see how she's ridden and how she takes to the blinkers and the Lasix. She could add some speed to an already packed front end. 215 for me here as we kick off the late double. Best of luck in race number 7. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate. And it's post time. Bald Kitten goes in first. Here's your heavy favorite, D's a Rock, going forward. Little Thoughts is next. Here's Stunning Sugar. The last to load will be Bisa. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. Bald Kitten like a shot to the lead. D's a Rock trying to keep pace. So too Stunning Sugar. Checking out of there between rivals was Little Thoughts. She's about 5 from the lead. And Bisa's at the back of the pack. Bald Kitten wins the battle. She got in front of the favorite D's Rock and has a half-length lead. D's Rock comes a calling right away now in second. They've opened up 2.5 on Stunning Sugar. Little Thoughts progresses on the outside through a 22-4 opening quarter. Nothing yet from Bisa. The field's coming off the turn and into the stretch. And D's Rock trying to get by Bald Kitten, who's pesky at the inside. Bald Kitten still in front of D's Rock. She hasn't gotten by yet as they come to the 8th pole. D's Rock trying to surge past Bald Kitten, who's determined at the rail. Bald Kitten still there. D's Rock still trying. D's Rock finally gets to Bald Kitten and edges away late. D's Rock, 3 parts of a length. Then Bald Kitten, Stunning Sugar, and Bisa from last to get 4th and 52-4. Number 2, D's Rock was first. 1, Bald Kitten second. 5, Stunning Sugar third. 6, Bisa was fourth. 2-1-5-6. Unofficial, race 7. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Diza Rock. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Meadow Lake mare Sutra. A New York bred. Diza Rock is owned by TEC Racing, trained by Wayne Potts. Winning rider, Apprentice, Christopher Elliott. Race 7's official. $2 double 7-2, $7.10. $2 exactly 2-1, 10.60. 50-cent try, 215, a dime shy of $6. And a 10-cent super, 2156, $2.14. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exact the try, and superfecta wagering. Rider change for the 5. Freedom Dreams to Jeremiah Flores. And you can scratch the 7, Tail of the Tail. Post time for the finale is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, good finish to race number 7, the two inappropriate names, Rock and Bald Kitten, able to run 1-2. But it was Christopher Elliott, the apprentice rider. I think he's perfect 2 for 2 coming here at Finger Lakes. He wins for Wayne Potts. But Bald Kitten did make it close with her speed on the rail in Cabercoa. The last race on today's card is race number 8. It is a maiden race for fillies and mares. It goes that short distance. Scratch the 7, tail of the tail. Man, a lot of early play on the 3, Nikki Brainburst. See if Christopher Elliott can sweep the late double. He has ridden this horse in New York, coming off a 3rd place finish in the mud there. She's a 4-year-old running against a little bit better competition, the older horses. Now she's facing majority of 3-year-olds here with the exception of Chuckatuck, who's the other 4-year-old in the race. So she's a logical horse. She has had her chances. This will be her 9th start, but probably her easiest spot, especially with some tactical speed. The 5 horse is Freedom Dreams. She's at odds of 9-1 early as Daniel Vergera's return. He rode here years ago. This one tried a route when last seen at Finger Lakes and gave it up that day. But has had 3 starts as a 3-year-old and was very competitive on the other surface at Turfway Park. Looks like that's a better surface for her, although last race wasn't as good. She does possess some early speed and might be able to get the front on these, so she's very dangerous with that early speed, especially at this distance. But look at some of the other ones. There's a first-time starter in the 6, Aram Kearney. Not getting much for early play right now. The longest shot on the board at odds of 16-1, but very well bred. See, the dam is by Distorted Humor, so you got some off-track breeding in there. This is the first foal of that dam. That dam costs $180,000 as a 2-year-old. Is a half to 2 stakes winners, including a graded stakes winner. So very well bred is this horse, but yeah, you can see not getting much play, not the fastest it works. But other than the 2 that I mentioned prior to this one, Nikki Brainburst and Freedom Dreams, a lot of suspect, questionable horses in here. The other firster is the 4 Yearning for John Buckley. This is a second foal out of Lady Jessica the Dam. The first foal is still a maiden, so this was a tricky read as well. Chuckatuck is the other one getting a little bit of action. She's the other 4-year-old. Her debut, she broke in the air, lost all chances. She lost the jockey in that race. Just draw a line, so you can almost say that her next start was almost like her debut. And she did flash a little speed, although it was ridiculously slow fractions for that day, so she had no excuse. So she'll make her first start as a 4-year-old here and facing mostly 3-year-olds like Nikki Brainburst. So you can see the improvement, a possibility, although she's the one that's going to have to give away the weight because the rest of them are 3-year-olds carrying 120, and Nikki Brainburst has the apprentice weight, so she's got to carry the high weight of 124. Exacta Try is super offer in the last. Just a reminder, we're only running Monday and Tuesday this second week of the season. Next week, we're going to add the Wednesday. So tomorrow's the next live day with a 1 o'clock first post.
the field for race 8 coming out onto the track. The one is Only La Deuce with Romero Mirage. The 4 is Yearning. Kevin Navarro looks for a riding double. The 5 is Freedom Dreams. Note the rider change to Jeremiah Flores. The 6 is Iram Carliani with Christian Navarro. The 2 is Chuck-a-Tuck. Manuel De Diego looks for a riding triple. And the 3 is Nicky Brainburst. Christopher Elliott looks to sweep the late double. Chalk-eating weasel Anthony Stabile here, reporting for duty, sirs and ma'ams. Can't get past Nicky Brainburst. Got that speed, got the recency, comes into town from the Big A. She ran up here last year and she got beat a very filthy nose, as we call it in the business. Looks like she'll be in front today. And that recency should help her. I guess Chuck-a-Tuck could give her some fits just to her inside, but Nicky Brainburst has run faster. And I think she will get the job done today, cutting back to the 4.5 furlongs. The 5, Freedom Dreams. Note that rider change to Jeremiah Flores. Jeremiah has ridden her in half of her 6 tries so far. She tried Turfway Park this winter to no avail. Comes back in here for Paul Barrow. She ran some slower races as a 2-year-old last year. 3 here at Finger Lakes, 1 down at Aqueduct. We'll see how she reacts to her return. And a little bit of a freshening. She's been gone a week or so past 2 months. And then finally at the rail, Only La Deuce, special weight company all of last year. She raced really well. Her best race, in fact, came in the mud. She got beat just 3 parts of a length in her second start. She had a little bit of trouble in her first start, a wide trip. And she ran well in her second start, and then she kind of tailed off before the break for Linda Dixon. Chuck-a-Tuck was eased, well, not eased, but broke in the air and then lost a rider in his debut. 3-5 in her debut. 3-5-1 to wrap things up. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. They should be up shortly for tomorrow's card. Monday and Tuesday, tomorrow this week, and then next week we're going to hopefully start the 3-day weeks. But we'll see you tomorrow at 1 for 8 more live. Again, those PPs should be available at fingerlakesgaming.com shortly. We'll see you tomorrow. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. And folks, as the field for the finale makes their way to the starting gate, tomorrow's PPs are up. Head on over to FingerLakesGaming.com to get started on your Tuesday handicapping. And now the field for race number 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. We set to wrap up the Monday card. Only LaDuce goes first. Whoa! Chuck-a-tuck. He's having none of it just now. Rider Emmanuel Diego was off. He did a good job to keep her from going over. Fantastic job, Emmanuel. Now she's loaded in the gate. De Diego will climb aboard once she's settled. Looks like maybe even after 1 or 2 more are in. Here goes your big favorite, Nikki Brainburst. Ship it up from the big A. Yearning goes in next as Emmanuel De Diego climbs aboard Chuck-a-tuck. Yearning a little encouragement to go forward. Freedom Dreams is next. The last load's big long shot. Aram Carliani. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Chuck-a-tuck for the lead. Nikki Brainburst right alongside. Far outside, Freedom Dreams. These three have a length and a half on only LaDuce, who maintains rail position in 4th. Then we come back to Yearning. She's 7 from the lead. And the trailer is Aram Carliani. Nikki Brainburst made the top. She has a length on Freedom Dreams, who tries to keep pace in 2nd. Dropping back is Chuck-a-tuck. Only LaDuce is there through an opening quarter in an easy 23-3. Then we come back to the 2 trailers, Yearning and Nothing from Aram Carliani. Off the turn and into the stretch, it's all Nikki Brainburst. Nikki Brainburst has a 3-length lead. Freedom Dreams trying to run her down, but at the 8th pole, Nikki Brainburst is well on her way. Nikki Brainburst by 4, by 5. It's all Nikki Brainburst. She smoked them today. She won her from here to Gravesend by a half dozen. Then it was Freedom Dreams. Looks like Chuck-a-tuck was 3rd in a final time of a pretty good 53-1. Number 3, Nikki Brainburst was first. 5, Freedom Dreams was second. It's a photo for 3rd. Number 2, Chuck a Tuck, finished third. 4, Yearning, fourth. 3-5-2-4 unofficial in race 8. Making her way to the winner's circle for the very first time is the number 3, Nikki Brainburst. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Mission Impossible. Tell me about it. Out of the Freud mare, Perfect Freud. A New York bred, Nikki Brainburst is owned by Dark Horse Racing Stable and trained by Raymond Handel. A sweep of the late double for apprentice, Christopher Elliott. Official, $2 double, 2-3, $5. $2 exact to 3-5, $9.90. 50-cent try, 3-5-2, $6.20. Dime super, 3-5-2-4, $2.52. 50-cent pick 3, 7-2-3, $3.50. 50-cent pick 4, $9.40. And the pick 5 paid $33.25. That wraps up the live racing portion of today's program. Simulcasting remains open until about 5:30. The casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes here tomorrow at Finger Lakes with a post time of 1 o'clock. Past performances for that card are available now over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. for first post. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.